Okay, I'm here. We're gonna do new buzz. New. I'm tired. New build. This is Muzz's build. Um, new build. I already had a new one set up that I can clear. And yeah, man. So skills got default is manage. This looks like it's RF. Same fire. Okay. Side. Um. Uh. Default is going to show up first, but it's not what I need first. It should really be. I just call it RF. Oh, cancel. Rename. RF. Save. And it should be right there. Done. We start with 12. Okay. Okay. Import, export, generate, copy, import. Successful. Create.
Do you think you are savage enough to face the land of the damned, Marauder? We offered you truth, yet
I
still
Muzz
you
clone.
grasped your superstitious.
The dead should remember their place.
Ah,
see
I'll
enough
play it
to go.
fast. Yeah, pause my timer quick. Put my dog in. Um, First I want to grab this gear regex, and I'm going to
Fine work with Hillock.
set up a search string. Add use case. Buzz strings. Calibrate. Okay, so the Muzz search strings are year, and gems.
Greetings.
Test is negative. Calibrate. Test is now positive. Gear. Gems. Okay.
There's an island.
Start the timer.
Greetings.
Select reward. Ground slam. Replace heavy strike. Buy a stone axe. Stone axe. Buy any RR linked to my body armor. Pick up any shield you want for offhand or shield charge at level 4. Don't care. Oh, I need to.
I am surrounded by living corpses and dying Oriathans.
I'm gonna turn on League Start. No optional, so. No. Oh, jeez.
Dominus wanted me to die here. I will disappoint him.
Wrapped mitts will place my chest plate. Oh man.
I'd almost stop.
That's to bleed support.
Farewell.
So,
Decoy totem. Field charge.
Mm-hmm. Be well.
Welcome.
Reread chest plate.
Stay sharp out there.
Okay, I need to put on. So this needs to go away. Chance to bleed. I can't wear that yet. This can go here. I can go there. Go away. Need some identifiers.
To kill is to live in Rayclast.
This is not good. I let myself get surrounded and I don't have a lot of ways out of it. Really? What? Decoy totem. Activate. Iron ring.
Another pig without a pen.
Morning. How's it going? Pretty good. Okay, let's put some points in. There. Aww.
A slave is not a man. A slave is not even worthy of death.
Actually, town. Different smash. It's this way. Ooh, early alchemy. Yeah, I'm playing a new character. Testing out leveling for um the new league. So I'm avoiding the current league content. I don't know how good the new league stuff's gonna be, and whether I'm gonna want to do it while leveling. So, um,
Take care.
what are they going to do with the new league? So the league announcement is Thursday, but we know the title and likely the it's pretty obvious that the league mechanic is going to have to do with the rework of Breach. I think they're completely redoing Breach, but how? I don't know yet. We won't know till Thursday. So 2 days and 3 hours is when the announcement will be. And I'll be streaming it here. And if you watch any stream, including mine, but it could be anyone's, you don't have to watch mine, and you link your account to Twitch, so your Path of Exile and your Twitch account are linked, you'll get a free drop. Free cosmetic, which this time is a spider pet. So, free item, free cosmetic. Just for watching 45 minutes of any stream Thursday during the stream time. Which is 1 p.m. Central. If you're a new player, you might like the tool I'm using. It's created by someone who actually hangs out with my channel sometimes, Fly Loken, called Exile UI. It's this little guide at the bottom. And you probably are already familiar with Path of Building. But what it also does is if you import your Path of Building to it, and I have a whole video on YouTube about how to use it, it'll let you see the trees and overlay it so you can find your nodes faster. If you're not following a build guide, that's great. There's no wrong way to play. Well, the only wrong way to play is the one where you're not having fun. That's my saying. Because it's a game. But I like it. It tells you like where to do the different trials when there are trials. So you don't accidentally miss them. It's very useful. I still use it, even though I'm like 8,000 hours into the game. More as like a little nudge of a reminder, because I still sometimes forget to go grab stuff. Extra quicksilver, large life, large mana, large life here, large mana here. Quicksilver already equipped. Grab the other quicksilvers. So my YouTube channel, let me find it. So I have a YouTube channel. It's also just called Lymander, and the tool is usable in Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2. The Path of Exile specific one is a little bit older. It's from the beginning of last league. Let me look. Mine is called Exile UI, the Ultimate Utility Toolkit. So let me grab a link, and I will actually just throw that in the chat. I go over every piece of the tool. You don't need to watch every section or anything. You know, the sections that matter to you are the ones you should watch. Now that I know that I can put chapters in, I should probably go back and put chapters in so it's easier to find the one you want to watch. Just don't even want to fight that guy. Sounds good. There's a lot of features to the tool. Most of them won't apply if you're if you're new to the game. A lot of the pieces won't apply, but it's nice to have the tools in the toolkit so that when you do decide, hey, I want to dig into Betrayal a little bit more, there's a tool that helps you organize your Betrayal stuff. I also enjoy helping people, so if you have questions about the game or anything like that, you know, let me know, and I will do what I can.
Your brawn is about to meet its match, brute.
And my only, like, my main thing for new players is play the game how you feel like you want to play it. If you're playing without a build guide and you're enjoying it, keep doing that. Don't let anyone tell you that you have to play a build guide. If you're not enjoying it and you want to do a build guide, if you're not enjoying doing it without a build guide, I would recommend trying a build guide because they can help you to make sure you're powerful. And give that a shot. Because if you're not having fun, you're doing something wrong. The way I have fun nowadays is like rushing the story, getting to maps, and playing the end game. Oh yeah, like the first time you play the campaign, it might take you 30-40 hours to finish the campaign. I'm trying to get that to under 4, maybe under 5, probably close to 4 for a league start, so that I can get to end game quicker. But that's my personal goal. It doesn't have to be your goal. And if you don't like doing that, you're not doing it wrong. You're just doing it different. So those are going away next league. The league starts next Friday, not this coming Friday, but next Friday is the new league. And so the day before that, this league will end, and mercenaries are going away. Yeah, I would recommend, like, mercenaries are very powerful. I'd recommend, trying to find something that feels good to play, that you don't feel like you're being carried by your mercenary, because yeah, the mercenaries are very powerful. Now, that doesn't mean don't play with mercenaries right now. I'm not playing with mercenary because I don't want to, because I want to feel what this build will feel like next league. But mercenaries are still a tool that's available. When the next league launches, breach will become available. And if you're new and you've never been to a point that has breach, oh, I stopped my timer. Then range like in a bow skill.
While we live, we are blessed.
Okay. So if I go to my hideout, which you'll get a hideout through when you do the campaign, you'll naturally get a hideout. This one's one I had to buy, but you'll get one for free. So Lily Roth here, which you'll run into when you get to Act 6, will let you buy all the skill gems. And they're organized by required level. So if you're doing a bow build, what I can tell you for scaling, without, like, I don't know how much you want the game explained to you, but some things that aren't super obvious. Okay. Let's say that you're playing let's see, bow. So Act 3, you'd have access to, like, you know, lightning arrow, rain of arrows, toxic rain, barrage. Any of these skills can be an end game skill. All right, let's do one that I can install, or not install, I can equip. So if I take lightning arrow and I equip it, and then I look at all these supports that are available, it'll tell me which abilities, when you cursor over it, it can support. And so this can support Caustic Arrow. Hey, Demon Slayer, how's it going? The forklift is dead. That sucks. Yeah, so if you cursor over, it'll tell you what it can support. That doesn't necessarily mean it's good at supporting it, but it will do something. And so just play around with different abilities. And just because you're using a green main ability doesn't mean you can't use... Oh, this is actually supposed to be up there now. Doesn't mean you can't use a blue support or a red support. Okay. This fly is back. Where... I don't know. I rearranged, and I don't know what I did with my fly swatter. Yeah, it looks like the ad should be over now. Okay. So, what I was saying, I don't know how much you got or missed, but I'm going to pretend you're using Caustic Arrow. You can equip it in anything. They can be anywhere. Most of the time, your main ability ends up in your body armor, because your body armor can have 6 links. A bow can have 6 links. Gloves, helmet, and boots will only ever be able to have 4, and one-handed weapons can only have 3, and shields and one-handed offhands can only have 3. Quivers can't have any because bows can have 6. But you're not to the point where you're going to be getting that high, so it doesn't really matter right now where your skill is. Just put it where it has the most links that are the right colors for the supports you want to use. And what I was saying about supports is you can cursor over any of these abilities, and you can see at the top here there's a check mark on Caustic Arrow. So that means this will work with Caustic Arrow. Doesn't mean it's good with Caustic Arrow. You'll have to play around and see what you like using, but it will at least work. This will do nothing if I try to link it to Decoy Totem. So you can kind of see what skills are available, what skills work for you, or will work with your skill. Like, I wouldn't put Swift Assembly support on Caustic Arrow, because it won't do anything. Even if it looked... Like, in this case, it's pretty obvious by its effect that it wouldn't work. Oh, come on. I gotta fly. It's pretty obvious it wouldn't work, but some things are not so obvious that they don't work. Are you talking like your... Let me see here. Path of Exile. Are you talking about this link? Because what you would need to do is make sure that if you go into your account and go to preferences, no. Manage account, no. All right. Here, you have to make sure that set profile as private is unchecked. Because if it's private, I won't be able to see it. But if it's not private, then I can see if you click on a character. Yeah, you can see up here, it's this link that I need, the one that has your profile ID in it. Have you been told about Path of Building? If you only started on Friday, it's a little bit early. But Path of Building is a very useful friend. And it can get access to your build and in a easier shareable way. All right, what's your profile name? Okay. Does it have a number under it? Mine has a number. Yeah, it should have a number on it too. They put a number on everybody's. It still says that you're private, so we might have to wait a little bit. But what else you can do is if you use Path Building, and it's Path Building Community, you can go to Import Export Build, link it to your account. Find your character, import your passive tree and items, and that gives you this view of your character that has everything on it and gives you a stats breakdown of how much damage and stuff you're doing, which is really nice. And then there's an import export, and you can do generate, share, and that'll create a POB link that when people open, they'll get this view, which is another nice view of it. Yeah, let me find the link to the POB community. I recommend doing this because this lets you play around with things. So you install it, like I have this setup, right? And I can look at my skills and be like, okay, ground slam. If I have a third slot, what can I put in it? And it says all these things are possible to put into it. And they should be ordered by which ones do the most damage. And so you can be like, okay, well, just straight damage wise, you know, decay would be the most, but can I even get decay? Decay level 1 still requires 38. I can't do that one. I don't know if there's a way. I don't know if there's a way to make this only show ones that you can put in at your level. But it lets you play around with your build. You can even look at your DPS and be like, okay, I'm doing, if I include in full DPS, I'm doing 3.9 DPS. If I put this in, that does nothing. That brings me 4.2, 4.8, 5.1, 5.3. That does nothing for my damage, you know, and so you can kind of play around. No, this is just a free tool. that a lot of people use. So all you do is you go to Path of Building Community, you download for Path of Exile, and you run it. They also have a version for Path of Exile 2. I'm gonna keep moving. Man, keep stubbing my toe on the edge of the wall. All right. To import your build, do I have? Okay. You go to import export build, and then you choose your account. So you have to put your whole. Actually, I should be able to. No, it's not going to let me do it because the account is private still. So it's taken a while. You click privacy settings here, it'll bring you right to where, but you already were there. I don't know. I don't know why that's not. Maybe did you click update after you made it not private? Because when you're on this screen, there's an update button on the bottom you have to click after you uncheck the box. There we go. All right, so I see you're doing the Ranger now, so I'm going to import your stuff. Okay, so I can see right off the bat. Oh. Don't save. New. Import export. Start. It had two skill. I think it had my skill group and your skill group also in there. Yeah, no, I was wrong. Okay, so you've got decoy on them. You have a 6-socket chest plate already? Oh, geez, you've got so much stuff. So Gold Rim is great because it helps you fix your resists. Tabula is great because it's 5 socket. Oh, you even got a movement speed one. Yeah, the required level, if you've got two and one has a required level, it's because it was corrupted. So you can see how your tabula says corrupted on it, and +3 movement speed. Normally tabulas are not, they don't come corrupted, and they don't have the +3 movement speed. When you corrupt it, you have a chance to get something special on it. But the key thing about tabula, the main reason it's good, is because it's six white sockets. Um, man, geez, and you got a thread of hope on in the acts. Okay, so here's a quick thing. Um, the seven link steps are great, and they're also terrible at the same time. They're 50% increase in movement speed, which is amazing while leveling. But if you're new to the game, these don't have anything else for stats. And so you're not able to make sure your resistances are capped, which your resistances are decent, but they're not capped. 75% is the cap. They're not going to help you with your damage. They're not going to do anything else. You're close enough that you probably should be able to do it on your own. So that shouldn't be a problem. Um, man, that adds so much damage. Okay, so your skill tree also, you've got this gem put in, but you're not using it. So all this is doing is giving you -10 to all res. What this gem does is, see this ring that it put on your tree? It lets you put those in without having to be connected. So you can be like, "Oh, I really want this." Click. Now that one's turned on. This one's turned on. This one's turned on. I can't. Oh, this is not actually on the tree. So you can put all these notables on, whichever ones are good for you, without having to go to it. So like you want this. The skill points are probably better allocated elsewhere than these two. You can take those two out and you still have access to this. You also probably, like, you can save a couple of points. You don't, like, those 2 points are just going. The little ones are not as important as the big ones. You want to get to as many big nodes as you can. That affect your build. Supreme Ego is also a weird one, because it makes your auras only affect you, which is fine. I mean, right now it means your auras aren't affecting your mercenary, so your mercenary could be better. What auras do you even have? Clarity. Okay. I would take this out. That's not doing anything for you. Um, and as long as you have enough strength and int, which you don't, you don't need cleave or infernal blow because you're not doing melee. Um, decoy totem is nice, but if it's making you have the high strength requirement, might grab a lower level one. So it has a lower strength requirement that's less than, so you don't need to use this. What else do we have that's giving you? Oh, you do have two decoy totems. Why do you have two decoy totems? This one here is not attached to anything. Okay, so I see there's a classic. Oh, there's an ad going on. Okay, it looks like the ad should be over now. So I think that whoever gave you all this gear didn't tell you how to use it, because your gear is pretty decent. But if you were to take out this, then your resistances are almost capped. Because right now this gem is basically just giving you -10 all res. You also only take these if you absolutely need to. What you don't need the strength one if you use a lower level decoy totem. It doesn't really matter if your decoy totem is super high level. Just do it as high as you can do without having to take that strength node. To save yourself some points. Also, like you had that. You've got this, which is great. But you also had these 2 points, which they sound good, but they're not that good. Instead of putting those there, it'd be better to put them, up here. Also, you have Supreme Ego equipped, which with only having clarity on, it's only making clarity take more and do more. I wouldn't even use Supreme Ego. It's all of these really big nodes. These are called keystones. So there's small passives, notables, and keystones. The keystones are major build defining, but they all have an upside and a downside. Well, that's if you want to. That only does anything if you have a build guide to follow. So, if you don't want to follow a build guide, you don't have to. But what you do is you look at the notables that are nearby, and you see which ones help you, and you go for those. But also, before you even do that, if you look at this additional accuracy isn't affecting anything here, so you don't need that. Increased critical strikes isn't affecting anything here. You don't need that. Flame Wall is probably giving you a high intelligence requirement without actually giving you much damage. I wouldn't use that. Clarity is really good for if your mana, if you need mana, but if you're not using a ton of mana, this is just reserving mana for no use, so that really doesn't matter. Automation also is not connected to anything. I wouldn't use it. But the main thing is your body armor should have your main attack in it, and the rest should just be supports for that attack. So if you're using Scourge Arrow, it looks like is your main. Vol Lightning Trap isn't doing anything for you. Locust Mine, it doesn't do anything for you. Managed Forge Arrows doesn't do anything for you. So you're using Scourge Arrow with just Chance to Poison. You're effectively using a 2-link in something that could be giving you a 6-link. So what I would do instead is put more links in here. That's why your mercenary is out DPSing you, is because you're using a 2-link, and he at that level is at least simulating a 4-link. So you got Chance to Poison. You could do faster attacks, multiple projectiles wherever that is. Lesser multiple projectiles. And that'll be probably 11 and 11. Nope. Nine and 9. So faster attacks, less multiple projectiles, Scourge Arrow. You could added. So your Scourge Arrow that's chaos damage, right? Yeah, you could add more chaos stuff. Added chaos damage. Do you have access to that yet? Yeah, you should have just recently got added chaos damage and be able to have that at 3. So that's a 5 link now. And then I like Mirage Archer. It's something you can get on early, and that's just going to help you keep clearing. This is also probably going to be 9. 11. 10. Okay. So this would be your 6th link. So you're using Scourge Arrow, and you can see how when I hover over Scourge Arrow, everything lights up. That means everything is supporting it. You can see the same thing in game. If you look at here, when I cursor over this, you can see how the other skills light up. Those are actually supporting each other. If you cursor over yours in game, they're going to be mostly not supporting each other. Most of the time, each gear slot, you want one active gem that you use, and then everything else should be supports to make that active gem better. You don't strictly need to do that. There are times when you don't want to do that, like when you put all your auras together so that you can use a support that affects all of your auras. You know, stuff like that. To save on socket pressure, but right now it feels like the reason you feel less powerful is because you've kind of just thrown everything you've picked up in your character and had no concern of where it's going to support each other. And that's the first thing you need to learn in Path of Exile is the thing that makes you the most powerful is having the right supports on your gear. I don't know that these are the right supports. If I were to look up a Scourge Arrow build, they would probably have different supports here. And they probably wouldn't even have 6 at this point. For your level, you probably would normally only have a 4 link. And so they'd probably have your recommended 4, which probably don't include faster attacks, but also, Righteous Fire is just bad for you. So, because it affects, if you look at what Righteous Fire does, it does damage in an area around you, but it also hurts you. And so you have to really build around the fact that you're using Righteous Fire for Righteous Fire to be damaging enough to use it. Righteous Fire is one of my favorite builds to do, but there are 2 roles it plays. Primary damage for clearing, usually not single target. Primary damage for clearing, or make your spells better. It's hard to use it as make your spells better. The thing is, you're doing bow, which you don't need Righteous Fire for clear because your bow is going to do that for you. And you're not using spells, so it's not affecting you. So this is just hurt yourself a lot. There's no reason to do that one. I guess Vol Spark would be a reason to do it, but you're not scaling spell damage, so I wouldn't do that. Temp Chains is nice, but usually it's better to have something. This is a curse. I would have a curse that is instead of Temp Chains, do where do they have, what is it called? Despair. What level? Yeah, you should have access to Despair as well, because you can see this curse. Cursed enemies have minus 15% to chaos resist, so then they're going to take more chaos damage. So you're doing everything to scale how much damage you do. Most of your links are going to be about scaling your damage. Your decoy totem, if you wanted to link it with something, you could probably link it with Can you put... Yeah, I don't know what you would link it with. Because it Flamewood, maybe? Flamewood on it, but it really doesn't matter. Decoy is just to keep you alive. So that one's something that doesn't really need supports, so you could put that with something else and not worry. Oh, you also do have Lightning Arrow with chance to poison and deadly. Okay, so here's the thing. If you're doing Scourge Arrow with chance to poison, actually that's probably better than faster attacks is the deadly ailments. So if you put deadly ailments on Scourge Arrow, because Scourge Arrow also already does well, no, it does chaos damage. It doesn't do... I don't know. I actually don't know that deadly ailments is good at all for you. I mean, it'll scale your poison. So, okay, what deadly ailments does is it scales the poison damage, but it removes your main damage. So, if I were to take deadly ailments off, let's see here. Scourge Arrow. Combined DPS, 681. If I were to turn that off... Oh, yeah. You triple your damage just by taking off deadly ailments. So we're not going to do that. So Lightning Arrow. If we were to switch to Lightning Arrow, your combined DPS is 140. Take off deadly ailments, 371. You don't want deadly ailments. You also probably don't care about chance to poison. And I wouldn't even use Lightning Arrow. Or if you're going to do Lightning Arrow, I would focus on Lightning Arrow and get rid of Scourge Arrow. Which also means you don't need chance to poison here. So that brings us back down to being a 4 link. So we can put added chaos damage in at, what did we say, 7? 3. And then if you're missing a lot, you could do additional accuracy. You know. You know, you could do stuff like that. But the point of the tabula is that you can mix and match and change your skills around as you feel like it. Because all the sockets are white, any color gem can go in any socket. Yeah, I would do something like this. Get rid of the chance to poison, because unless you're scaling poison a lot, which you'd need to support on your tree, and you do that by searching for poison. So this would add some, but it's more daggers. But there's some added poison damage down here. More poison damage down here, so you'd go over there. More poison damage over here, and you would kind of beeline to all those. So you also usually pick one here. So I would like take those out, and now I've only got 34 points. Like I wouldn't even do that right now. Or this damage over time mastery. Oh, if we're wait, 30% increased effective cruelty. You're not using cruelty, so that's also not doing anything for you. So you take those out. Or the only real aura you're using is clarity, so you don't really need that. Regen is nice for recovery, but what you can do Let's see here. See, this is damage over time with bow skills. So if you're doing... Yeah, I would probably rush to this. So I'd go down here. Bow damage. And then bow attacks, fire additional. So there's attack speed, attack speed, attack speed, bow attacks, fire additional arrow. And then 100% increased Mirage Arrow duration would help with Mirage Arrow. And now you still have some points. No, you're going down this way. What do these ones do? Because you can come down here and grab these bow ones with some phasing. And some movement speed. So now that's 42. That still should be less points than you're spending. Yeah, projectile is another one. Attacks firing additional arrow there as well. So now we're at 46, 38. That should be pretty close to the skills that you have, the number of skills you have. And if you dropped clarity, yeah, if you drop clarity down a level, you wouldn't need that. Like, so now with this, you're firing 2 additional arrows, and you have lesser multiple projectiles in, so then you're firing 5 arrows with every shot. So that's going to really, like, try to clear the screen, right? And then every time you shoot, you're going to have a Mirage Archer on top of your head that keeps shooting as you just run. So I'm going to share this back with you. Oh, apparently got DC'd at some point.
Not right now.
Still alive.
Farewell.
Okay. Poor work truck. What's going on with your work truck?
Hinekora, mother of the dead, is this your land I walk upon?
Oh, jeez. The back seat, too. And the passenger seat. Oh, my God. That's so much stuff. I mean, it looks like the work truck's going to need tires after that.
Please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure, were the circumstances reversed, you'll do precisely the same.
The Karui remember you, Fairgraves. Your death will be much celebrated.
Fairgrave.
Mervale, if you must take... While we live, we are blessed.
I gave away my heart on the promise of my life. I gave away my love for nothing.
That's true. So maybe it's worse on the suspension.
I'm so cold and lonely. Embrace my way for days return. Darkness I will take a good one.
Oh my god. Oh. I ran into a bunch of explodey guys. Go ahead.
Your curse is over, Siren. Rest with Hinekora, mother of the dead.
So if you don't have access to added chaos yet,
Twisted.
when you get to Act 4, there's a library quest, and that guy will have every gem available. Some gems are not available on some characters. So that one just might not be available on that character until you do the library quest. Really, what I would recommend is just pick something that says it supports it and add some sort of damage. So you could do added fire, added cold, added lightning. Added chaos would be better since it's already like then you can just scale the chaos damage, but you don't really need to be scaling chaos damage. And if you don't like the way that bow skill works, if you do non-chaos, you can just replace the bow skill with a different bow skill. Yeah, in Act 4, it's like halfway through Act 4, there's a quest in the library. And once you complete that quest, you'll be able to buy any gems that you didn't previously have access to.
The Eternal Empire was built by sickened minds. The ancestors watch over me.
Hey, Loken, how's it going? I was just teaching a new player about your tool. I'm doing Muzz's build. See how that compares. And pre-Mervale, it was very similar. Once I got to Mervale and got Sunder, this does feel quite good. I am still running with, I think, a white ring and no belt. Yeah, we'll see how quickly this one goes.
That thing! It slaughtered everyone! Help me!
Oh, oh, he got possessed by something I didn't notice. I also am not using all my points. No, I'm going the wrong way again. I am very hyped. I'm really looking forward to it. No, I didn't pick up the gem. My brain was telling me I was in the next area. Or the next thing. I'm Herald of Ash. We'll put that on. Put that there. There's a fly. I almost got him. 1 second. I can't do this anymore. I need a fly swatter. Okay. I got him, I think. So what do you think of the asynchronous trade coming to PoE? And what do you think of a Breach rework coming to PoE? Well, I think asynchronous trade is one of the... It is the way Path of Exile would implement asynchronous trade, and I think it works very well. So I'm excited. I hope there are a couple of improvements over Path of Exile 2's implementation of it. Even if they didn't improve it, I think it's a great addition to the game. But I just want them to save your searches, because right now if you zone, you lose your searches. I don't want it to lose your search when you zone. And I'd like to be able to actually save, like, favorited searches and stuff. You still go to their hideouts. And so you can still see people join your hideout and buy stuff from you. So, like, there is still just about the same amount of interaction with players as you get normally. Because most of the time you go to a hideout and you just say, thanks for trade.
Oh, I do so love a good murder. Care to oblige me?
You know? But the fact that you don't have to send messages, especially when it starts to get late league and people don't want to sell things for a couple of chaos anymore, well, that doesn't happen with asynchronous trade. If it's listed for a couple of chaos, everybody, like, you just be able to buy it from anybody. I also, the one concern I have with asynchronous trade is that it is not accessible at all if you don't buy a stash tab. Now, I don't think that's a huge cost of entry, and I think that most of the time, once you get to that point, you've put enough into the game where it's probably worthwhile to do so. So it's not the end of the world, but in the old trade system, there was a way to interact with the forums to put a thing for sale at a certain format. So if you got something that's really valuable, it might be worth putting all the work into to list on the trade site that way. But you can't, like, you just can't interact with the new system. You still can do the old way, but you need a new stash tab for the new way, and you can transition any of your existing stash tabs over to the new style. So yeah, if you really like the player interaction of the old, like, it doesn't have the same amount of player interaction, so it is missing that. But the rest of the experience is so much better, it's hard not to like.
Thank you, my ancestors. I will repay your gift.
I'm really interested to see how they rework Breach. I'll have to admit to Muzz that this is way smoother.
You and that the road.
Way smoother leveling than I usually get.
Your trouble.
Your death had more honor than your life.
Yeah, it's way faster. It's going the wrong way.
Your reign is over, Bandit King.
The king of...
There's no blacker magic than death.
straight there. I've there you I'm sure.
There's another fly.
You're not Kayakson, are you? I'd hate to have to be nice.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Some people just don't know any better. They've never seen Final Destination.
Ancestors, forgive me. I have opened the way to Kitava, father of corruption.
100%. I also think it should be mandatory viewing anytime. It's like, okay, you need to renew your license. Okay, all you need to do is view this scene quick. Okay, you're good. I mean that and drunk driving stuff. Oh yeah. It's too bad Eve's a terrible game and I'll never play it again. No, I'm joking. It's probably gonna be way out of my price range. Way out of my skill level. Yeah, makes sense. Which also means that going into manufacturing it wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea to make some money, but you need to already be good at manufacturing. So, it's not something I can do.
I'm extra the militia. You're as good as dead.
That's interesting.
You're not Kayakson, are you? I'd hate to have to be nice.
I give this warrior of Kitava to you, Tukohama, my father of war. It is good to feel your warmth again, Ramako, father of light.
I don't mean to sound.
Okay, so now it covers the majority of tier 1 manufacturing. That makes sense. T1 max manufacturing should be possible in high sec. That makes sense to me. That also makes sense, even if it equals out to the same. The fact that
You'll find no faith here. Can't
yeah.
be sure of that.
Yeah, so he gives you one as a quest reward, but then he also becomes a vendor. So if you want one of those, just take one of those ones. Otherwise, you can just choose not to take it for now. And he becomes a vendor, so you can then buy whatever you want from him. He needs to open doors and you can jump through walls. What the heck?
You stain the ground with your presence.
You're simply too stupid to be realistic, aren't you, brute?
Woo!
Enough of this!
Yeah. Once you get to Act 6, you unlock Lily. So once you get Act 6, and you do the first couple of quests, you unlock Lily. Lily can come to your hideout, and Lily will have literally all the gems. He's like a halfway point, so he gives you all the gems that you could have gotten on any character up to that point. His inventory doesn't update, so what he has is what he has, and yeah, you have to bring your currency with you to go buy from him. It's a little bit annoying, but he's a kind of a stopgap just to get you those couple of skills you need now. Once you get partway a little bit through Act 6, you get Lily here. She can come to your hideout, and also sits in town. So sounds good. Yep, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Okay, back to what I was doing.
Tolman's.
Oh, I've been using
Absolute obedience from his black
the wrong things.
surrounded himself with cowards and lackwits, unable to lift a finger without orders. If you're able,
Give me a ground slam.
reverse the river
I need
and
another
reverse
socket
the
for
river.
vulnerability
Why
at
are
some
you
point.
standing there?
You are a welcome sight, daughter of Namakanui.
Need some help?
I don't need all those right now.
I am the judgment of innocence, made manifest.
Karui slaves were once bought and sold like pigs here.
I'll miss a boy. Victoria. The Beatles. Good luck to you.
This is not a challenge, but I welcome it nonetheless.
This is the eternal way, pretty and lifeless. Just what I needed. More Raycast filth.
Um, I am not sure. Like, I feel like they'll probably leave most of melee alone. Since they recently did a balance on melee, I think they're going to hit everything else. But I don't know in what way. I don't even have a guess. I think if anything is going to be left alone, for the most part, it'll be melee. But when the announcement hits on Thursday, I'm guessing that we'll have quite a bit more information about it. Usually the patch notes are right after that. Um, yeah, but the shift in defenses would likely be reducing things like energy shield and increasing things like armor, which is a lot of melee scales armor anyways. I imagine what I would do is make armor a little bit more flat instead of the scaling it has now. So that it works better against bigger hits. And kind of changing up the way it works and not so much making it worse or significantly better. Energy shield does need a little bit of a balance. I really think so. They have 3 different defenses, and the defenses are evasion, armor, and energy shield. And the problem with those defenses inherently with energy shield is that energy shield is just more life, and then it has to be different than life somehow, so it just regens in a different way. So how do you balance that? I don't know how you'd balance it, because energy shield is so different, because they are a defense, but it's so different than the other 2 defenses that it's not really, it's not the same, you know? I don't know.
You and what is that? The cock. I like dash. Goodbye.
I mean, that is just garbage. I watched somebody, I don't remember whose video it was, talked about how he would see Whispers of Infinity changed. And I don't disagree with what he said. And what he said is that Whispers of Infinity is powerful for a couple of reasons. One is the fact that you can double dip on builds that like Energy Shield, you know, so much. So probably the amount of Energy Shield it's going to give you will be reduced. That still will make it powerful, but it won't be as powerful. So what do you do to balance it after that? Well, they're likely going to introduce the Uber fights. So they're going to probably make it... only drop from the Uber variant of the boss. And make it more rare on that variant. So I think that it will still be a build enabling unique. It's just going to be a lot more expensive and probably have less energy shield on it. That it makes a lot of the arguments for that makes a lot of sense to me. I don't see. I feel like they could do that. Can't be immune to chaos damage, but I don't know that that really goes with the way they like to do it, because I think they want to enable builds. It just is too good at it. So if you make it rare, if you make it the rare drop off of the Uber variant, it solves the main problem with it isn't that it's so powerful. It's that it was powerful and common. So they reduce the power a little bit, but not make it break the builds. So they're still possible. I would think that they would take the other lines off first. Like reduce the amount of energy shield it gives you. Maybe instead of giving you flat energy shield, it gives you a increased energy shield, so it is already stacking with all the other increase that you have, so it's still good, but it's not a source of flat energy shield. And you make it rare. Yeah, let's I'm gonna pause real quick. And let's look at Whispers of Infinity again.
Kitava's slave, a daughter of corruption.
Alright, so it has faster start of energy shield recharge. That's fine. It doesn't matter. But added attack cast damage per 100 mana. Maybe that'll get reduced, but probably not actually. Maybe they're gonna change this reduced maximum mana roll to be 60 to 50% instead of 40. Maybe they reduce this. Definitely reduce this, but I think they leave this alone. Yeah, but its skills cost energy shield instead of mana or life. It's not damage taken as. It's literally just your skills. And so they wouldn't have put that on if they didn't want it to enable builds. So it's not the fact that it's enabling the build that's the problem. It's just so good at it. Because this line literally doesn't do anything if it can't affect chaos damage. And specifically calling out can't be used with chaos inoculation. Doesn't work either. I would think they would change because the big problem is Whispers of Infinities with the Forbidden Rite of Soul Sacrifice. I would think instead of skills cost energy shield instead of mana or life, they would instead make Forbidden Rite of Soul Sacrifice have a line that says you must be able to sacrifice life or something like that. Change this one skill because it's this skill that made it nerf worthy. This skill and the 200 to 400 maximum energy shield, that flat, and how common it is. So if they make it less common, because if this thing was a 30 divine unique, you know, where it's 30 divines to get it, the fact that it enables a build that's powerful isn't a problem. There are lots of 30 divine uniques that enable builds. That are as powerful. It's just this was so powerful, such a big part of that build, and cheap. This probably needs to come down half that, 100 to 200, half this. The rest of it can get left alone. Half this, and make it rarer so it's not the common drop off of an easy boss. If they do more than that, I think it was an overreaction. That's my opinion. You know, you're welcome to have a different opinion than me. I think the reason it's different than the damage taken is that is something that affects the way the enemies interact with you, where and you could take advantage of it with your own self stuff, but it was the enemies that were the problem, not not the fact that it was that it interacts with your own skills. Because most of the time it didn't. So
done your ancestors proud, Karu. Now, here's your warrior's death.
welcome back. My defenses aren't great.
You'll be remembered, Karui.
Where'd you go?
Damn you.
So any character can have any amount of whatever defense you want. The difference ends up being where you are on the tree is the most thing. So archers start over here on the tree, and this entire area down here is all kind of evasion focused. So you don't tend to have a lot of armor, you don't tend to have a lot of energy shield. You tend to focus on evasion. Evasion, you want to have as high as possible, so you have the highest dodge chance possible, or evade chance. And here's a unintuitive thing that they don't tell you about evasion. Evasion is not random. It is deterministic. So if you have a 95% chance to evade, that doesn't mean they're rolling a dice and they only hit you if they roll a 20. That's not how evasion works. How it works is the first hit they do that, and let's say you get an evade rating of 1,000, just to make the numbers easy. They'll roll their attack and they might get 1,200, right? These numbers are in the background. The numbers themselves don't actually matter. 1,200 is more than 1,000, so they hit you. So you get hit. But then their accuracy rating is 400. So what happens is that 1,200, the 200 becomes their new starting point, and then they add 400. 200 plus 400 is 600. They don't hit you. 200, 600 plus another 400 is 1,000. Their third hit, they'd hit you again. Then they miss you for 2. The 400, the 800, miss. 1,200 again, hit. So it's going to, with those numbers, the way evasion would work is random chance the first time, and then it's hit, miss, hit, miss, hit, miss, hit, miss, hit. And it's going to be like that the whole time they attack you. So you want your evasion as high as possible, and the idea is that you don't get hit often, but when you get hit hard. And so, but the chance to evade means that you have time for your health potions and your natural regen to bring you back up to full. So you still want as much life as possible. Every piece of gear, get life, because when you get hit, you're going to get hit hard. You need to be able to survive that hit. Get a ton of HP. And you can find that on the tree. Life. Like, you already have this life regen node. Life leech is good. Because you're doing bow attacks, so attack damage leech does life. That's going to help you regen back. This here gave you 8% maximum life. There's some life up here. 10% increased maximum life. Recover 2 life on kill. There's a lot of life on the tree. And if you come down this way, because you're already coming down this way a little bit. If you keep coming down this way, maybe grab these bow nodes, come through here, grab this one here, 8% increased maximum life, and then come through here. Or come up this way and get to this. This is the big life tree, life circle. 10% maximum life and 20 flat life. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and then a life mastery, which you can put whatever you want in there. There's also life down here, maximum life, fast recovery. Basically, you want to get as much life as you can get on gear. This one only has 9. This one has 19. 9. So mine is really low, which is why when I'm getting hit, I'm getting hurt. Armor works a little differently. Armor only affects physical hits, not all hits. And it reduces the amount of damage you take from that physical hit. Armor also is a little unintuitive. The bigger the hit, the less effective armor is. So armor is really good at a lot of little hits, but if you get hit by a big slam, it's not going to be very effective. So if you've got like 80% reduced damage from armor, if you get hit for 100, you're probably taking 20. If you get hit for 1,000, well, you'd think you'd only be taking 200, but you might be taking 300. If you get hit for 5,000, instead of getting hit for 1,000, you might be getting hit for 3,000. You know, and so armor becomes less effective the bigger the hit, so you need more of it. Energy shield is just more life, and so a lot of builds combine evasion and energy shield. So it gives you a bigger health pool effectively. Then you don't get hit very much, so it gives you time for your energy shield to regen. And then you can also use your life reach and other abilities. So that's what that is. Okay.
The gemling, you piety, have fun elsewhere.
Yeah, no problem. There are a lot of unintuitive things about the game. Most of them you don't really need to know about, but I find it helpful to know about the way dodge evasion works, so you understand why it's important to have a high evasion. Because no matter how big your evasion is, you will get hit eventually. You might only get hit once every 20 attacks, but you will get hit. Actually, I don't need to go that way.
Did House Kayakson send you? No? Be gone.
I think I said that the library was in Act 4, but it's in Act 3. But I'm not going, like, I don't need to buy any gems from that guy, so I'm not going to do the library.
The Karui do not hide in towers built of fear.
And if you haven't gotten to the if you haven't gotten to the end of Act 3 yet, then you're about to unlock the Scion character, which is a very unique character. Starts in the middle of the tree and gets to pick from any of the ascendancies, weirdly. That doesn't make it the most powerful character. It's just very specific. If you have beaten Act 3, then it forces you to run by the right here, this cage, and you will have unlocked Scion. Okay, my defense is... Oh man, my lightning resistance is only 16%. This is gonna be rough.
I exiled an animal. Now you almost resemble a man.
Oof.
Submit, heretic!
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile?
Die. The touch of God. The touch of God. Die in awe. The touch of God. Die. The touch of God. Die.
This world is an illusion, Exile.
I actually beat him without dying.
Follow a dead river to the foot of Kitava's kingdom. Just how the elders at home told it. This land has forgotten Karui's strength. I will remind it. The Eternals had no respect for their land.
Choose your next move very carefully.
Why is that guy not getting hit by my abilities? Finally.
Your empire is dead, Vol. Join it.
Ooh, look at that. Another another good find.
I hear you, Kitava. I walk in your kingdom, and I am coming for you.
Oh god, I don't like these lightning guys. Jeez. Everybody's hitting me hard. I need better gear. I need some resists.
This'll do nicely, Exile.
I killed the ones who chained me. You're weaker still. Kitava's belly rumbles. He is hungry for me.
Why am I not using my abilities sometimes? Maybe that's why. Okay, I don't want to fight that guy anymore. Oh. Yeah, I really need to add some resists and life. Jeez.
Kadui and Maraketh once fought together. I honor that friendship. You will feast no longer, Kitava. The ancestors demand it. am Cahome's way.
I felt.
Right. So I want 4 red. Got 4 red. Armor has cold resistance. Some maximum life. Fist of War eventually. I'll put that chance to bleed in for now. Should have cruelty. Actually, let's identify this ring. Better than this one. I can also essence these gloves. Okay, now for Labyrinth. Get to pick my Ascendancy.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, the Lady of Just, the goddess, is watching. The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. When one defiles the effigy, one defiles the Emperor. No two battles are alike. strikes without hesitation. The Emperor better entertain doubt. The world is to dance with death. Accept no impasse. By the goddess, what ambition! This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting. An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep, though you must navigate your empire through troubled waters. Find your determination.
I accidentally jumped into that one.
Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve. The answer.
Okay, so now that has really helped my resistances.
I am the Reso, the Sword King. It was here in the pits of Leopolis that I made my name, killing
ancestors would weep to see what Kaum has created here.
I gave up the cloth, gave up on God. You should do the same.
To be studied.
Not there.
Die a death worthy of applause, gladiator.
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt! You are captured, stupid beast.
A battle worthy of song.
The way you fight reminds me of how it feels to be possessed with the idea of victory. Is your passion enough to claim crown? We shall see.
For glory! For honor! I've missed this.
Just bloody die.
Boreathans. How they love to sing. The way to a god's heart is through his guts.
Hire me, I'll move on. I'll charge by the minute.
Need a new weapon too.
You've done well, Brute, but let's not get above ourselves.
I'm close to Headsman's axe ish. But I've been able to use a gilded axe for like 9 levels and I haven't been.
Calm wasn't half the man you are, Marauder. It was Melic.
Piety, betray me, and I will have your head.
You find no faith here. Keep to make sure of that. Exquisite. Art in motion. Be still. Art in motion. Lead you into a wonder.
Your sickness is ended.
You will make such lovely material. Slice away the ugly. Such lovely material.
The ancestors demanded.
When I met
In this moment, you and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Creation? Rather the realm of the gods, isn't it? Bow your head to your one true god.
now, Exile!
What?
Now, Exile!
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. Accept the gift of immortality. Accept the gift of immortality. Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death?
What?
So Sunder itself is good. I am still using an older axe. I should have upgraded my axe 9 levels ago. And even with using an older axe, I'm still killing things as quick or quicker than Righteous Fire. Like, I could probably just throw that on and have a significant increase to DPS. Where did my... was my Leap Slam in that axe? Ah! No. The axe, I think, had dexterity on it. Fist of War instead of Chance to Bleed, and I should be even more powerful. Yeah, I need to put that in somewhere. Chance to Bleed I don't need anymore.
Blood.
And thank you.
I also like Leap Slam more than I thought I would. Really windy outside. Hmm. I don't mind that.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
Thank you. You deserve recognition. Once Kitar...
Unlike some, I simply...
What in damnation have you done?
Hey, how's it going? I'm following a build by one of my followers, Muzz, and it starts off as Sunder and then transitions out after the second lab to Righteous Fire. So far, Sunder has been better than Righteous Fire for this part. So I think he's on to something. And then the usual progress will be at as soon as you have the stuff to go cast when stunned, you can go cast when stunned, and then farm anything that's good to farm with cast when stunned. Delirium, or you know, lots of stuff. Yeah. Exactly. This is solo self-found. I'm practicing for a league start, so I'm solo self-found, and I've been ignoring the mercenaries. So no extra boost from that. So in the actual playthrough, in theory, I'll get an extra boost from the league mechanic, which I probably won't do a lot, but I will do occasionally. Yeah, mercenaries are going away because that was the mercenary league mechanic. They will be back in the future, but they need to do a balance pass. They're a little bit overpowered currently. And I have thoughts, but they did say they will be back after they're done balancing them so that they're not so overpowered. So probably the league after next. So we got like a year without mercenary, and or not a year, 4 months without mercenaries, and I would guess they'd be back. But the new league mechanic is looks like it's gonna be a rework of the breach mechanic. The announcement for the new league is Thursday. About half an hour ago on Thursday. So if you want to watch the reveal, I'll be streaming the reveal here as well. And you could watch them, you could watch my reveal stream, anybody who's doing Path of Exile, and you get a free pet. So, the spider pet. Anybody who's streaming Path of Exile and has drops enabled, which should be anybody streaming Path of Exile. Because I don't think it requires much to have drops enabled anymore. And I don't know why you wouldn't have them enabled. Nope, anybody who's streaming it. So I'll stream it. I don't do a ton of commentary on it, but I will comment and we'll have a little bit of back and forth with anybody who's joining me in chat. I plan to watch the stream reveal and the entire interview afterwards. So that'll be like 4 hours of non-gameplay content, but yeah, you're welcome to come back. I believe Lilokin plans to be in my stream. I will have ads turned off for the duration of the live stream so that you don't get interrupted for the ads during that. But that does mean that when you first join, you'll get a pre-roll ad. So you get the one pre-roll ad, and then after that, there won't be ads the rest of the live stream. So definitely show up like 5 minutes early. Oh yeah. Well, that works too, so thanks. You do have to be watching on Twitch. I do stream to Twitch and YouTube, but drops don't exist on YouTube, so you have to be watching on Twitch. So
Greetings.
Flesh begs to be studied.
So I think that there's going to be more people doing heist. So depending on what you're trying to get out of heist, you might not, you might have more competition. So the heist specific, like the replica, or not replica uniques, you know, and stuff like that, are going to be a little bit more plentiful. But if you're doing it for like Chaos Recipe, which is what Muzz does in the beginning, apparently it's really good for Chaos Recipe, that should be really unaffected because other people doing it won't matter. you will just be better in the beginning. I mean, I don't think Gianna being max level I don't think Gianna being max level for everybody is actually going to affect the price of those blueprints much, if at all, because anybody who's running the blueprints will spend the time to max level Gianna if that's what they want to do. The people who are buying the fully revealed blueprints probably already have a max level Gianna. They just don't have enough reveals from Gianna. I really don't think it's going to matter that much. I mean, if you're talking about like fully revealed, like early, maybe there'll be a little bit of a difference. I don't know how. I really don't think so though. Ah. First ever league start? Nice. Yeah, I've done quite a few league starts, but this is going to be my first, like, trying to be serious league start instead of being a casual, which is what I usually do. Which is why I'm practicing for it. Yeah, so league start, I'll be here. I'll be trying to get on as soon as servers go up, so I have a low queue. Not that the queue's really been that bad recently, but it's still, you know, every minute counts.
I'm Captain Lily Roth. Remember, this ain't no charity run. You owe me.
Well, there have been some graphical updates, and I imagine that they're working on bringing the PoE 2 visuals back to PoE 1. Because if they can bring the PoE 2 visuals back to PoE 1, then it'll make it a lot easier for all their cosmetics to cross between them. So at some point, at least the player models will likely be updated. And if they're going to update the player models, they might as well update everything. But we're probably a few years out, because it probably won't happen until after PoE 2 is full release. So that was what happened when PoE 1 had a 1-year long gap in leagues. So historically, Path of Exile 1 has had a league every 3 to 4 months consistently. But when PoE 2 came out, they focused on PoE 2 and they let PoE 1 fall behind because what they decided on was that having enough content is more important than hitting a deadline, which makes some sense. But what they've just discovered is that it's better to leave a couple of things out that aren't quite ready and hit the deadline than it is to, you know, wait another year for Path of Exile to release or leagues to release. Lots of people were unhappy with that. So I don't think they're going to do that again. They did say that they are doing they set the time frame and then they will hit that. If they have to cut stuff, they cut stuff. So with that, I finished it. I didn't realize I finished it. I thought I missed a pack. With that, they likely won't have that issue again.
All right, wretch. While you
Well, so their plan going forward is 4-month leagues offset by 2 months. So this league here for Path of Exile 1 hits at the end of the month. That means that likely they're probably going to end up having to push it a week for some reason or another, right? But that still means like first week of the new year. God. I should really do something about my defenses. Yeah, they've claimed from the beginning that PoE 1 will continue to be developed alongside PoE 2. They did increase the size of their team to make sure that they could continue to do both. Because like PoE 2 isn't for everyone. They are similar but different games. And it would just not be a good business decision to completely abandon an entire group of people that have been very loyal for a long time. So I don't think that they will do that. Oh, it's an infamous mercenary. Alright. So until now I've not even looked at what a mercenary has, but this is my first infamous, so I'm gonna look at what he's got. And I might fight him for a unique that I'm not gonna use. Nah. Infamous mercenaries are slightly better mercenaries. They say infamous on their title, and they've got, you know, better stuff on average. They are guaranteed to have a unique on them, and an infamous modifier, and the infamous modifiers can do some really crazy stuff. I don't know if they're guaranteed the infamous modifier before maps, but you know, I don't know.
Let me teach you the laws of war. Tukohama.
Okay, so one more level and I'll get to do a headsman's axe. So I'm gonna try to gamble for a headsman's axe. Alright. So, Tillax, we just keep the content going without thinking about the economy, and then once we get comfy with the build, a little we look for strats. I mean, what we're gonna do, so on a league start, the economy is gonna be really messed up. Because a lot of people take a long time to get to maps, and so there isn't a lot of the higher stuff available. And so the further along you are earlier, if you get a good drop, it can be valuable. So some things are going to be really valuable early, but also not a lot of people have a lot of currency. So maybe it's not valuable early. Maybe it's good to hold on to it. But then again, stuff ends up being really cheap. You know, for example, last league I day one Bama. And Bama is a transfigured gem. So I needed to, get a transfigured gem in order to actually do Bama. And so I ran the trial a couple of times to try to get Bama. And then I got something else that was worth 10 chaos. And Bama was at the time 10 chaos. Then, like, the next day, Bama was like 4 chaos. And then the next day, Bama was like 20 chaos. And then it continued to go up until it hit its final 100 chaos cost near the end of the league. So, economy is going to be kind of messed up. What you want to league start is something that doesn't need a specific unique, because you're not guaranteed to be able to get it. And if it ends up being rare or not a lot of people have gotten it yet, it might be expensive. But also, if you can get a couple chaos day one, you might be able to buy something for a couple chaos that might end up being something that is way more valuable later on. So the TLDR is, it's complicated. Like anything in Path of Exile, it's a little bit complicated. But basically, try not to rely on anything that isn't super available. Bama is like a exception, because Bama is a common transfigured gem. Everybody's gonna be doing their labs. Most people will be doing their first lab day one. And Bama is common. So it's not going to be super expensive. But in case something happens, and it is, I had a backup strat of playing a different skill until I could farm it myself, which I would only do it a couple of times. I only did my trial like 3 or 4 times to try to get my transfigured gem initially. And then it's like, okay, then if I don't get it, I'm just going to move on and keep progressing. Now, I don't recommend doing that, because the more time you spend in the trial, the less time you're spending leveling, and you probably will end up leveling faster not doing that. Although Bama is a very powerful leveling skill, and it was the fastest I ever leveled after I got it, I got lucky and was able to get it after only 3 runs by getting something different, selling that, and buying Bama. We're going to have patch notes before the servers go live. So the real strategy is wait till Thursday. See what the patch notes say. Guess what the patch notes actually mean, because they're gonna say some things, and stuff might actually change, because it's like, oh, looks like they were trying to nerf this skill, but it didn't really nerf it very much. Maybe they're gonna make another pass before, the end, or something. Be 90% correct, probably. And then pick something that sounds like it's fun and doesn't rely on specific items to be able to do at least your first 2 watchstones. That's why I do Righteous Fire, usually. Or not recommend Righteous Fire usually, is because Righteous Fire is relatively easy to gear up on your own with no help from trade. In case things aren't available or are expensive, or you get unlucky and don't have any currency. You can gear up RF pretty easily on your own, and it's pretty consistent. So unless there's some major nerfs, RF is a great league starter. RF starts to fall off when it comes time to do some bossing, which is why I switch away from it pretty quickly. Now, there might be some standout nerfs, and there might be some standout buffs that'd be like, hey, you know what? Try playing this and know it's going to feel better when League Start hits. If you like the way that feels, maybe that's what you should League Start. You know, and come up with a plan, or see who has got build guides out. After tomorrow, build guide, or not tomorrow, after Thursday, build guides for the next week are going to really start flowing. And even if you don't follow a build guide, it can still be an idea of, oh, there's a lot of people doing these skills. These skills must have done well in the patch. Those are so bad. I guess my lightning resist is also only 47%. But still, it's that fault, not mine.
Now, good with the another.
Okay. So
How you going?
Still alive.
purchase items. Do you have... No.
Stay sharp out there.
Come to hear your poem?
Keeping out of
What have you got for me? Oh dear.
What am I looking for? I'm looking for a headsman's axe.
Could do worse, Exile.
Timber axe.
I'd consider that a win. Ahoy there! Could do worse.
There we go. Headsman's axe with a bunch of fire damage, lightning damage, a bunch of attack speed, accuracy rating. Oh, why can't I use it? Oh, I need some dex. Okay. I'm gonna travel to my hideout. I'm going to put these points in. And then I'm gonna craft some dex onto something. Can't put dex on that. No suffix available, no suffix available.
Oh,
What if I gamble for a ring?
Doubt even I could sell that. Not bad. Not bad at all. Could do worse, Exile. I'd consider that a win. Toodles.
Is that not enough dexterity still? 55. I need 57. Ugh. Well, I got a minimum roll on that, so let's just do it again. There we go. And then on here, we can put on. I don't want to put on that. That should be a huge damage increase. And I should have actually made my weapon previously. Rare weapon. Does that mean I can put... So not only was I using a weapon that was a rank old... it was not even magic, so that's why it was killing slower. Didn't have any damage mods on it. I should have put some damage mods on it or replaced it. Wah!
The Brand King. His time has almost come. Then hope...
Yeah, I need a better life flask. Haven't seen one in a while. Thanks, game. Now I just need to gain 2 levels so I can use that flask I got. Which is what happened with the last flask, and then I forgot to put it on, and then I never actually switched to the new flask. And I don't know if I put it in my stash, or if I sold it, or what, but it doesn't matter.
The others. Don't take.
Okay. I accidentally turned around.
So strong. So dedicated. A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need. You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty on his wedding day. Really, we are both so touched by your generosity.
Yeah, 1 second.
born of ocean's mire, and death washed clean of dark desire. And thus...
How did you? Hold on to your cockles, me hearty. The sea...
I'm of House Kyaxon. That should be warning enough.
Keep your wits about you.
Hello there!
Hello to you, great dreamer.
Godslayer. Good day. Hail, Godslayer!
Ahoy there!
Yep, I've been muted for a while. I don't know how long I've been muted.
Turn your one left.
Greetings.
Oh, it's a helmet. I keep thinking. I was thinking that was a spirit shield. I'm like, why isn't that letting me put that in my offhand? It's not an offhand. That's not actually any good. I had things to turn in here.
What now?
But I turned them in. Okay. Oh. Alright, we're gonna just ignore that guy. Oh, I didn't turn in the quest. Where did my leaf slam go? Oh no. I completely confused myself, so That's good. One second. All right, back. So if you're reworking the routing, are you also gonna rework doing Aberrath so late?
Turn away the tyrant's face, and kingdom end without a trace. When you try.
Okay, you're on the phone. Don't need to yell. Jeez. I don't think it's a problem. The thing is, if you add it as like the do it now or later, you'd either have to add some kind of way to verify you've done it and skip it so that it didn't have to look for you being in those zones. Or they would never look for you to go to that zone. So, I don't know. It's not really a problem. I've been meaning to ask about if it would be possible to add a auto skip like option so that if it sees you've entered a zone ahead of schedule, it just skips anything up to that. So if I decide I don't want to do one of the side areas and I just keep moving for whatever reason, I don't have to go over there and hit the right arrow. And that would also make the reset. Yeah, that's true. Because there are a few times where you like backtrack to certain zones. It would have to be like check to make sure the zone only exists in the pathing once. I didn't turn in the star. Oh, I did not mean to activate Righteous Fire. I almost could have it active, though. And then I took Righteous Fire out. And died. Okay. Yeah, same here. I don't think about it a lot. And all of a sudden, I was like, why do I do it in this order? Yeah, so maybe what you do is you do like the early and late trials and be like, when you're running through the area, be like, Aberrath is here. Um if you want to try them, can be Rippy or something like that. Later reminder if you want to, whatever, and then remind at effectively the same spot, just saying, hey, if you skipped Aberrath, remember to go back and do it. Oh, I turned it in early is what I did. I did things out of order. Okay. I'll be back 1 minute. Alright, I'm back. So, time to do next lab.
The goddess is watching. The weary traveler draws close to the end of the essence of an empire must be shared equally amongst all of its citizens. Are you a martyr? Such resilience. The sovereign leech leaves but a husk for its descendants. The pursuit of power can be a grotesque affair. When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubters is lend strength to one's enemies. Rise to the occasion. Such resilience. Time is the champion of second chances. An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep you, must navigate your empire through troubled waters. You are relentless. Give no light in your gilded dungeon, Ascendant.
Power toys. Okay, let me see here. Power toys. Okay. Disabled keyboard manager. Show mappings. Remap a key. Add key mapping. Select. 1. I mean, there's a whole bunch of VKs. Yeah, they're in here. F13. Let's see if that
Hey, there's Skittles in there!
if that worked. Why didn't that work? You're F13. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's try it.
Hey, there's Skittles in there!
Yep, that works. So I could use Windows key remapping. Yeah, I use the third-party tool for other things, so I won't be switching. Although maybe I should for the key rebuy. Well, no, because I'm binding a key in my mouse to it, so I have to see if I can do that with that.
My bride has arrived, Exile. I hope you brought a wedding gift.
Not the fastest I've ever done that guy, but not bad. Apparently, baby's playing hide and seek with Miss Demon today. Nice. Every time she'd go to the bathroom, he'd crawl and sit behind something. That's funny. Well, he's definitely got an appropriate sense of humor.
Local, need your aid.
All right, have a good one. I'll talk to you later. As always, appreciate you hanging out. He hasn't quite got down standing his own yet. You have great security cam footage of him holding himself up on his bouncer, grabbing his bottle, not realizing he let go with both hands and promptly falling over. It's one of those Wile E. Coyote moments. Have you heard of all the antics that go on in the Warhammer 30K? Just story, environment, whatever, I guess. I really want to just read all about all the funny orc stuff. So my favorite thing about the orcs is they effectively work with Wile E. Coyote physics. Because, like, an example is their spaceships don't need life support because they don't realize it needs life support. So they just get by without it. Yeah, exactly. Their ships work because they believe they do. And they believe if humans work that way, red cars would actually be faster because they're red. The different weapons being painted different colors actually affect the weapons in different ways. That makes them effectively the most powerful psychics in the universe. It's great. I don't remember all the little funny things about it, but They also have yeah. Orcs have a weapon that teleports creatures into like inside of ships. It'll teleport creatures, and the creatures they teleport, the way the teleportation works, they go through a basically another dimension that is just all horrors. And so you get warped when you go through that dimension, and so they send just like normal gnomes or something through, and they come out as something else on the other side. I don't remember. That's a really bad example, but or explanation of that. Do they? See, I don't know a whole lot of lore, but interesting. So, because of how the warp functions, you could wind up exiting it before you entered it, but you may also never return. Oh. Yeah, if I ever got into Warhammer, I would only ever play the orcs. Because I just find that stuff funny. I got friends who play Warhammer. I don't think I'd ever actually play Warhammer. It's too expensive.
Give it to me.
But the Death Corp of Craig, they're based on the dead men of World War One. Sounds interesting. I still want to live with Looney Tunes logic.
Your body is the canvas, my blade, the brush.
Alright, I'm gonna turn the music up so I can hear it. Well, I'm not completely set on my plan for next league yet. Because I'm not going to make a decision until after Thursday's announcement. No, it's get rich and die trying. Because I'm playing softcore.
Hire me and move on. I charge by the minute.
Well, they said they're going to do a major balance patch, so I imagine a lot of things are getting nerfed, but I imagine just as many are getting buffed. I really hope, now that Path of Exile 2 is a thing, and I know it's not in full release yet, so not everybody who wants to play can play yet. I really hope they lean into the fast gameplay is good, and they nerf less things and buff more things than they historically do. You know, because if you want a more of a challenge, you do have Ruthless, but you also have PoE 2. And more of a challenge isn't the right way of saying that, but you know what I mean by it. That's true. It is a great time to separate their identities. Yeah. Pee-wee 2 is for the slow, meticulous play, and Pee-wee 1 is for the blasting. That's kind of the way I think of it. I need to go to the concourse, but you know what? Since I went the wrong way.
You look soft. House Cater would have broken you by now.
I didn't get the waypoint. Did I run right by it and didn't get it? Since when is the waypoint off the route? Isn't the waypoint always the branch? This was off the route.
Hold your tongue. I do not wish to hear your voice.
Good to see these.
Good to see. Tell me something.
Portal.
Okay, so I think even though I'm the right level, so I'm gonna do the respec, even though I'm technically okay. So refund passive points. These are coming out. Let's All these are coming out.
Oh. Let's see what we can do.
Okay, I have 3 points left. Come down, grab that. I need more int. And dexterity. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. Back again. So I need more intelligence to use that, which I would like to use. I need more dexterity. Do I go next to any of the dex nodes? Right there, so it'd be 2 points. So let's
What have you got for me? Nothing is truly set in stone.
and actually,
Hello, hello, hello.
if I take out this, and I can put this in too. That lets me use that. I can take these off. Okay. 2 red, 2 blue.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh yeah? Go ahead and link it. Let me I don't think this is AI. I think this is some guy cutting the song up. Oh. Okay. I was confused. This is weird. Like, part of me thinks that had we never heard the original, this wouldn't sound that weird. Okay. Alright, so I've got fire trap. Fire trap is supposed to be in a... Okay, we're just gonna take everything out.
Ahoy there.
Gamble a body, gloves, helm. Yeah, okay, so gamble. Okay. I don't. Okay, actually, I need to.
Oh.
Let's do an armor evasion body.
Could do worse, Exile.
First hit. Oh, and that's got plus to dexterity on it. And it's got chaos resistance too. Okay. And then let's do a helmet. Let's do gloves that are armor energy shield.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh. It's a gilded wonder. I'd consider that a win.
Okay. So RF. Elemental focus. Life tap and burn damage. Oh, I guess I could have done 3 blue.
Hello, hello, hello.
God Slayer.
I never grabbed life tap. I never grabbed burning damage. Alright. And then fire trap. Oh, just go in the chest. Swift affliction. Life tap again. And trap in mine. Shield charge. Which I have. Master attacks. I'll put leaf slam in there too. We're gonna do shield charge. Oh, this is supposed to be fire trap. This can go away. And this is leap slam. I need to buy a shield.
Hail God Slayer.
Vitality and arrogance.
Hail God Slayer.
Punishment, life tap. Yeah, punishment. I need another life tap for this. No, life tap.
Slayer, good day.
Skitter bots. Do we not put flammability anywhere? During cry. Oh no, this is supposed to be. Oh, I did have an arrogance right there. Why did I do that? Determination. Hey, welcome back. More questions? Well, go right ahead. I'm just making the switch to Righteous Fire on this build. I use punishment as my aura. Which is better? It really depends on the build you're doing. I think casters are generically the best. Until you get to high. Okay, I need to not level up the life tap that's in some of these. I haven't in a while. until I recently did some pre-release stuff with a friend of mine, but I do usually play a bit of Magic.
Your flesh begs to be studied.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah, more tires in that truck? I feel like you need a trailer. Oh, did you like my video that I sent you? The short of how different tradesmen put their tools away? I don't know that I've seen many of that guy's videos, but that one seemed appropriate. Well, yeah, some of your stuff is expensive, but you're also the kind of guy who will buy cheap Harbor Freight tools because then you don't have to worry about when you have to inevitably weld something to it to make a specialty tool that you don't want to spend $10,000 on. You've got two classes. Mechanics have two classes of tools. The stuff they keep nice and would not throw like that, and then everything else. Fly's back. I swear I got that fly. Good. Okay, so out of all of those, I think I fall under Carpenter to the way I react to pain. Maybe a little bit mechanic. But like when I was working on something and you can't even see it anymore, I smacked my knuckle changing the wiper on the back of the car because it was so stuck, the wiper on the back of the Jeep. I do all of this stuff. I don't understand. I guess I don't know. Your mouse died in the middle of a fight. Oof. See, I've got a wireless mouse. And I get it untangled from all the other mice. I got a wireless mouse, but I always keep it plugged in. I can use it wireless if I want, but it almost never is wireless. You know the rest back to the teleport? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, plumbers, so Sawzall for everything makes sense because they have it for what they need to do with cutting like PVC pipes and stuff, and they just, well, I got it, might as well use it to cut into this frame, this stud. I thought about being an electrician because electricity doesn't scare me. I've done all the electric in my house. Okay. I thought about being an electrician when I, you know, stopped working and started doing this. I'm like, maybe I should just go be an electrician instead. Because I don't mind electricians. I don't mind that work. I could be an electrician. And I know how to strip wire and leave the stuff everywhere from stripping a wire. Like that's easy.
Solaris, Lunaris.
You're not a fan of electricity? Not a fan of things that can kill me that I can't punch back? Yeah, no, I guess like I've been doing electrical for a long time. My dad taught me how to do it, and he got me like the guidebook that you can get from like Menards. That's like, okay, this is the NEC codes for home ownership electrical. That doesn't have everything in it, but it has the current NEC stuff for the common things you would do. And so we would do all kinds of stuff. Like, we reran the electrical out to my brother's garage when he needed a rerun. And that's when I got kind of the worst shock I've gotten. We were running the electrical out to the garage and hooking up, like, the garage door opener and stuff. And things were acting a little funky. And we were working in the front, and I grabbed the rail for the track for the garage door, and somehow that had gotten energized. And so why can't I use this? Not enough, man. Oh, I need life tap. So somehow that had gotten energized, and I got a little bit of a shock from it. But even that wasn't too bad. A couple of times I've thought the breaker was off and cut a wire and popped the breaker and melted my electrical pliers. So I've got my favorite pair of electrical pliers have a big melted hole, so I can't really use the cutters anymore. Oh, and that alcoholic frog. I thought of an analogy after we were talking last about your being given all the uniques but not knowing how to use them and still struggling. And this is my analogy for that. It is like somebody who's learning to drive, and somebody else says, "Oh, you're learning to drive? Here you go. Here's a Corvette. Have at it." But they didn't teach you how to shift. They didn't tell you that it's a manual and you need to shift and you need to do this, and so you're just doing your best. It's not surprising that you're running into issues. So I've done carpeting too. Carpeting is actually not hard. I had to redo the carpeting in my parents' house. And it had flooded, and we had pulled the carpet out, and I had to re-stretch it back in place. So I didn't have to do any cutting. I did that when I was like 17. So I don't mind carpeting. We did the carpet in my grandpa's place after he had passed and we were getting it ready to sell. I helped redo the carpet there. My mom glued all the seams. But I did a lot of stretching and cutting and stuff like that. basics. Nice. Hey, you know, I feel like you've been thrown from a plane and didn't teach me how to open the parachute. Yeah. Yep. The thing is, it's like you were walking down the cliff and someone said, "Oh wait, there's a faster way. You can just jump right here," and then didn't tell you you needed to shoot. Like, yeah, you would have made it to the bottom on your own. You would have made it. And they wanted to help you get there faster, but they didn't tell you how to do anything, so it didn't really help you get there faster. Another infamous mercenary. I can get to the bottom of the leaderboard plenty fast, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Was it down here and I missed it? It was. I think if I took off this and put on that. Took off that and put on that? Yes. So I have skitterbots. I have malevolence. And purity of fire.
You did it.
Have you ever heard?
That you have done in the matter. Remember, humanity.
Well,
No, I didn't. I didn't do the linear. I've been skipping ahead. I'm supposed to go this way. I didn't do.
That little creep is near. How
I'm still working on the skills. I'm going for the one you told me before, the 100% crit hit with a bow. Yeah, you like you don't have to follow. Like that was a really quick, like rough estimate of where you can go with it. You don't have to follow that to the letter. It's not optimized or anything. It's just that most of the time when you're looking at your skill tree is way more spread out. You were very, very clustered. And generally the stuff that's all together, you don't want all of it. You want a little bit here, and then you need to move, and a little bit there, and you need to move. You don't do anything with the crafting recipes. Once you've clicked on them, you've got them unlocked. When you get to your hideout, there should be a crafting bench, and that's where you can use them. So every piece of gear can have a crafted... Do I even have anything crafted? I should. All right, my ring here. Every piece of gear can have up to 6 affixes on it. So let me actually... pause this. So every piece of gear can have up to 6 affixes on it. And if you look at a piece of gear, and you look at this one, it has 3 prefixes. You can see I hit Alt and it shows it prefix, 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 suffix, suffix. So it's got 3 prefixes and 2 suffixes. That means it's got room for a suffix. So I can go here and I can be like, okay, I need more intelligence. And I can craft intelligence onto this helmet. Because an intelligence is a suffix, and this had room for a suffix. Normal items can't have anything on it. Blue items can have 1 prefix and 1 suffix. Rare items can have 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes. So if I looked at these boots, they have a prefix available. Well, what would be good for me? Probably life. So I'll throw some life on there. This ring has a prefix, but it already has life. There probably isn't much I want. And you can see this costs the currency you've been picking up. Rare items are the yellow named ones. Uniques are kind of orange. You might call them gold, orange. Those are uniques. Uniques have very special affixes, and they don't follow any of the rules, but you also can't craft on them. They are what they are, and there are ranges. So like this one, the top thing could roll between 250 and 300% increased physical damage. It landed on 275, right in the middle. But evasion rating, the last one has a range of 20 to 40, and it landed on 40. So it rolled max there. So uniques break all the rules, or they're allowed to break the rules. I mean, I like to hold on to one of each, but in reality, most of these are worthless. So I have a price checker tool. So if I were to price check this, let's see what it comes up with. This is worth 1 chaos. We're going to turn all this stuff off. I don't know why it searches for all of that by default. Search. 1 chaos. I could buy this from another player for 1 chaos. Almost nothing binds, by the way. So even if you use something and you decide you don't like it, you can resell it. So other than the gradual, slow degradation of value that everything has, because there's more value in the game as the league goes on. In general, you never are losing value by buying things from other players, because you bought it for a chaos, you can probably sell it for a chaos. Now, for 1 chaos is like the chaos is the standard currency. 1 chaos is not very much, and so a lot of people stop selling it for a chaos, just because they just don't feel like hopping out of whatever they're doing to sell it. Next league, there'll be asynchronous trade. When that comes in, it'll be more likely you'll be able to buy things for a chaos. So it really depends. Early in the league, people will hop out of what they're doing for a chaos or 2. And then as the league goes on, if asynchronous trade doesn't happen, it's going to be harder and harder to buy stuff that's only a chaos. Yeah, there is a slight caveat. Oh, so Demon Slayer, did you not see? In one of their announcement trailers, let's see if I can find it. Oh, they're fixing specters. I'll actually use specters now. I won't mind using them anyways. Specters are gonna work like if they die, they're just dead, but then they'll come back when you zone. Yeah, that's true. Oh, mass identification, and they don't use wisdoms anymore. That's new. Is this one the one that?
I'm Mark Roberts, game director on.
All right, we're gonna look at these. Did I pause my timer? Yeah. We're gonna look at these. Let me We're gonna start here.
Hi.
We're just gonna watch
I'm
them all
Mark
quick.
Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. In the coming days, we'll be covering a series of quality of life improvements coming in the Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame expansion. Heist is a mechanic which has long frustrated some players who may otherwise have been interested in the rewards it has to offer, but have no desire to grind through the early progress of finding and running low-level contracts to get all the rogues to their maximum level. Well, starting in 327, Heist rogues will automatically begin at maximum level, so you can start your dubious criminal career without all the busy work. Keep an eye on the upcoming news leading up to the livestream for Keepers of the Flame for many more quality of life improvements. Then, join us for the...
Okay. Next one.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts,
I think it was
game
this one.
director on Path of Exile. Starting in 327, points invested into your Atlas passive tree will now be refundable with gold. Just speak to Kerak to do so. You'll also find that there is now an option to instantly refund your entire tree. Of course, we've extended this feature.
Okay. Right here in this teaser, there is a hidden that they don't talk about. Managed shop. That is asynchronous trade. So unless it was accidental, and they haven't said it's not, that was a sneaky teaser that you had to pay attention to see. So managed shop is there.
To your regular passive tree when you respec with gold with Faustus as well.
What you don't know.
Now you can make all your decisions with no regrets. Well, maybe some regrets. Keep an eye on the upcoming news leading up to the...
Okay, so now stacked deck improvement.
I'm Mark
I haven't seen this one.
Game director on Path of Exile. At the end of a long mapping session, you might have built up a pile of stacked decks, and opening them one by one can be a little daunting. In 327, holding down Control and right-clicking on stacked decks will now continuously open them into your inventory, outputting the card you got in chat. To still get the dopamine from your loot filter, you can also hold down Shift to open them directly onto the ground. Good luck!
Opening stacked decks onto the ground sounds fun.
Keep an eye on the upcoming news.
I'll actually open stacked decks now. Okay, let's try this one.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. Late in 326, we added the ability to talk to Helena to mass identify your gear at the cost of Scrolls of Wisdom. Now, in 327, from late Act 1, you can mass identify your items at an NPC in every town.
My help is yours. Watch yourself.
Yes.
And from Helena in your hideout. This no longer requires Scrolls of Wisdom. Keep an eye on the upcoming news leading up to the live stream for Keepers of the Flame.
So the one thing to be a little bit wary of with that is when you vendor items, if you vendor an item that is identified versus unidentified, it gives different resources. So if you want the stuff for vendor, that you might want to vendor things unidentified still. So don't just identify everything by default early game.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In 327, the souls of your fallen spectres will now linger with you when they die, and on entering a new area, will automatically resume their normal spectral form. This means you no longer need to resummon a spectre that has died, unless you want it back in the area it died in. This includes spectres from itemized corpses, so you don't need to purchase new ones every time they die. Once you've made a spectre friend, you're friends forever. Unless, of course, you don't want them. Summoning a new spectre will still override existing ones. Keep an eye on the upcoming news leading up to the live stream for Keepers of the Flame for many more quality of life improvements.
I don't mind burning wisdoms for mass identification. That didn't really bother me. But really early game, when you like first get to town and you want to identify everything, but you only have 3 identify scrolls, by the time you're halfway through Act 1, that really shouldn't matter anymore. But yeah, they need to basically yeah, excuse me. So what I think they should do is they should backport the gem tab, the skill tab from not tab, the skill window from Path of Exile 2 to Path of Exile 1 and have it just handle specters. And have specters be itemizable. Like, why not? Even if they made them so that they're like account bound, so you can't sell them to other players, which would be the first, like not the first, but one of the first account bound items. All right. That's a lot of fire damage to spells. I don't think that I ever did make that. I forgot about it. We made those enchiladas. Oh, I didn't turn in.
You killed.
Oh, if you do exclamation point Discord, it'll link an invite to the Discord if you want to join the Discord, since we're talking about the food channel that's in the Discord. That sucks. So, speaking of tamales, I think it was Sam's Club was selling these like dessert-based tamales that were like caramel tamales. It sounded good. And they came in artificial tamale wrappers, which was fine. They're wrappers. You're not supposed to eat them anyways. Although some people do, and I don't know. Like some people say you're supposed to, but most people say you're not. And I'm pretty sure you're not, but I'm not 100% sure you're not. But definitely not these fake ones. Well, to me, okay. To me, it's like technically you can eat the wrapper that's on your Starburst, but you don't have to, and it tastes better if you don't. That's what I feel about it. I also have a friend who eats apples, including the cores. So that's also a similar thing. Anyway, the dessert tamales sounded like they'd be good, but they were so grainy and they tasted like corn more than they tasted like caramel, and it was just bad. I can't eat them. It may not be at all Sam's Clubs, but like I swear they are not good. Do not recommend. Steer clear. Like I would rather have a regular tamale for dessert than those things. The concept of a dessert tamale sounds good. Ooh, that's an early exalted orb. I guess it's not that early. I'm in Act 9. I almost made it. I went to hit my other ability.
And so here we stand.
I'm just taking every wrong turn. Ooh. God damn it.
At last.
York well. Good tidings. Ready to go?
Hey, Act 10. Like, in theory, I'll be done in a half an hour, and this will have been a 6-hour run through the acts. Which is not the fastest I've done, but, not bad. I think Summon Raging Spirits was the best. I wonder if I can somehow level this class as Summon Raging Spirits so that I can Get a best of both worlds. I think the thing about some Raging Spirits is that you can summon a few and then just keep moving. I think the problem is starting getting the gems to begin with.
The Bannon is now. Remember, we do this for.
Justice will prevail.
Upper left. Oh, and then I ran into him.
It is good to see that you...
God, this fly won't leave me alone.
I'm Extrath militia. You're as good as dead.
Need your aid.
You return.
Hold your tongue. I do not wish to hear your voice.
You're either a client or a target. I'll see you.
Why? I scare him away for a minute and he comes right back. A little bit low on health compared to where I normally like to be.
Well, now that the
Always keep your eyes on the horizon.
Hello.
I fear.
Bannon.
Go. survived the pits of Trathus, I'll survive you.
You only get one first impression. Try not to ruin it.
This... I shall strike you down.
What? Oh, I didn't see that. Didn't see he was doing that move.
May a new dawn arise.
Oh, man.
It's a...
By the
somber day.
Under 6 hours, just barely. And I got all my passives. All right, let's try the trial again.
Ascend with precision.
Oof.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of some things that slumber should never be awoken. Show me your resolve.
Oof.
By the goddess, what ambition! Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Only one exit here. Man, there's no dark shrines until after both the first two Azaro fights. And there's a gold key here.
There's a golden key. There must be a golden door.
Upper left to go.
Gold is the most liberating of metals. When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. It is the sovereign who empowers the scepter, not the other way round.
Oof. Oh, he was already dead. Why do you keep attacking after you're dead? Alright, you know what? I actually don't need to do this right now. Because I have the information. I'll do things a little different. When I do the actual league.
Oh. Ahoy there! Let's fix what's broken.
Oh, I have life. I've got regenerate life. Okay. Yeah, I switched to that. That I don't have purity fire. Let's turn that off. Let's also make sure that Righteous Fire Life Tap has level 2. Life Tap level 2 there. So this does need the high Life Tap. Is that the only? I swear I had another Life Tap somewhere. Because I really need to put Life Tap punishment on Life Tap.
Hail, Godslayer.
Freedom comes to those.
Actually. Oh, it's too late. I messed that up.
For freedom.
All right, I'm gonna try one more, and then I'm gonna call it a night here.
The goddess is watching.
Let's see if this goes any faster.
A traveler draws close to the end of the path. Some things that slumber should never be awoken.
There's a lot more damage.
Goddess, what ambition! Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne. strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt, it is the sovereign who empowers the scepter, not the other way round. Forget your freedom.
And he got me again, just randomly. Alright, whatever. So I'm calling it here. I'll be back on tomorrow, probably a little bit late. But because I gotta help my parents with something in the morning. But then I plan to be on. So thanks for hanging out. Have a good evening, and see you next time.